Oh, there we are. Hello, hello. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Good day in the workshop here. Maverick Workshop. Yeah. So we encountered some problems, but we're going to have to work through. Okay, so we are going to continue with like the original plan. And we're going to give it a minute. Spinning. Okay. Spinning. That's funny. My sister asked me what I was about to do, and I said, I'm about to start streaming. They're like, oh, cool. You streaming your gaming or you streaming your spinning? I am spinning, I guess. How's that? Anybody else a spinner? All right, don't answer that. Never mind. Good morning. And we're going to hit that again. Good morning. Yes. Okay. I need to do a little bit of this, a little bit of this. Here we go. That, this. Boom. Okay. There we are. We're good. Now I can see like comments and stuff. All right, this is a Franken pin. What we've got here so far is the boatite here. This is like Fordite, right? But it's from a boat. It's pretty cool. And what I've done is I've made a sleeve, Ebonite sleeve for it. And I need to figure out the finial for it, which is cool. Now, the part where I am kind of bummed about is this. So I have an idea and maybe try to repair it, but I might have to make a whole nother one, which won't be that big of a deal. It's just one of those things where it's like you take a couple steps forward and then you got to take a step back so you can do what it is that you've got to do, you know? Not so fun. Anyway, the stuff that has come off, like the little swarf pieces, check this out. Sorry, let me turn the light on. Okay, yeah, check this out. A little overwhelming on that cam. But anyway, you get kind of different views of that one. That's pretty cool. So what I'm talking about are these little noodles right here. So these little swarf is typically a metal, usually referred, you're usually referring to metal when you talk about swarf. However, because so many things, or so many different people have like a background in like different machinery and stuff like that. There we go. So I've been saving up the swarf. The reason I'm not saving these up is, or the ones down here, is because it's mixed with ebonite. So I don't want the ebonite in what I intend on doing with that. Anyways, so do we have any pin makers? Fellow pin makers? That'd be pretty cool. I do like pin makers. I like turners in general. I'm pretty indifferent. And if you're not a turner, it's fine too. Hang out. This stuff's pretty cool. I like talking about it and I like doing it. So, today I got to make a section. My section is actually going to be made out of this. So I've got this. If you follow Anton, he makes his own ebonite rods, and this one is really cool. One of the most expensive ebonite rods, inch by inch, that I've ever purchased. It was a lot. But yeah, and then Another material that I was using is this called oparex. It is a synthetic opal and lab-grown opal, and it's like silica. You got to do some science to get to it. So it's not in my wheelhouse to make anything like this, but this is actually going to be an accent ring on the section. And then I have to maybe remake the barrel. So here's the barrel. I might have to remake that or come up with a different solution. But the reason is because it didn't line up. Like somewhere, I think along the way, I accidentally cross-threaded, which is a little unusual. Okay, it's very unusual. I don't normally cross-thread. I can't say that I've ever experienced that. So I've got to remake that, or I need to try and trim it back, and then maybe that's what I'll do first. I will actually trim it a little bit back, and then I'll trim the threads a little bit back, and then maybe cut a little relief, and that might be enough for what I'm going for. So that'd be pretty cool if that was the case. Good morning, Kevin. How are you doing, sir? Yesterday was Abby's birthday, but we went all over the place because that's what she wanted to do for her birthday. She's inside working on packing stuff right now. But yes, I'm going to end up using a different sleeve for that. What else? I think that's going to be about it. Hold the phone. I do have one more thing. And that is, it's going to be this. So I need to trim this down so I can make finials on both the top and the bottom. So I don't know if you heard, Kevin, but the initial plan is what I should have just stuck with, because I came up with a whole nother idea that I'll talk about here in just a second. I gotta go let my dog in. But the idea was pretty darn cool, and I'll still probably revisit it. But what it was is basically making a Franken pin that had absolutely no material that Abbie made. So I thought that would have been pretty cool. Also, this one in particular is actually really testing a lot of the different things that I have learned over the past year. So I think in a way it's also going to be kind of a trophy for me once we finally get it to that point. I mean, it's going to be hers, right? I'm not going to take it from her or anything. It's just, it's one of those things where it's like, this is a culmination of all the different things that I've learned so far, minus the clip. I'm not going to put a clip on it. So there is that. Yeah. All right. So let's see. Where do I begin? I've got all the tasks that I've got to do. Not to mention, I still have to do the regular stuff that I normally do today. But we're going to put these aside for now. And then think yeah, I think I need to trim this. Ooh, actually, I think I can actually make everything right there without having to do that. Yeah. But yes. And I was going to have like Ebonite and oparex and boatite and fordite and Juma and micarta and wood. Like it was going to be a Franken pen. However, we'll hit the pause button on that one. Trying to have some morning coffee before I begin, because as you know, once I get going, I don't really stop, at least for a good while. But yeah, there's it was just going to have a lot of accents, you know? And I'll also say that I am going to get her to sand it because this stuff is so powdery that it needs a good CA finish on it. And if I did a bad job on it, I'd have to sand it all back off. And because I'm pretty much sanding it in the beginning to get it to the shape that I want, I don't want to have to sand more than I need to. So I'm limited on that. So that's a part of why I'm having her do that. But I am going to sand it down to about the size. So I'm just going to give you an idea of why I'm doing it that way. I'm all about character building and stuff, but the whole design and everything, I suppose, was, you know, my idea. So it's got to be sufficient, right? Yeah. Okay. Boom. Okay. So, as I mentioned before, let's hop over here. That'll be better. Nope. There we go. Right. Okay. Come on over here. All my camera stuff here. Hopefully it's decent. That's decent enough. Move this over. Do a little of this. There. And this here. Pop you up a little bit. I do have a Osbot camera on the wish list. I was looking at the difference between the Osbot Lite and the Osbot Lite 2, and I do think that the one to go for is going to end up being the well, obviously the more expensive one, the one that's, because it stays in focus for a little better and stuff. So for the inlay and bottom finials, they're just going to be flat round parts. No. Flat round parts. No. It's going to be well, they're going to be flat, yeah. But yeah, I guess beveled. They're going to be made out of Juma. So oh yeah. It's going to have just the top one. Just the top one. So these are my pewter finials. So oh gosh. Everything's inverted. Yeah, so that's going to go on too. Okay. So so where to begin? So I've got to make this section. I've got to make the finial and everything. Got to make the collar for. Got to make the collar for the section. So my section is going to be a little smaller. Anywho, all right. So for the section, what I'm going to do is actually just cut a little disc out of my oparex here, and I'm going to thread it, and then I'm going to cut it off. Then I'm going to basically have a little bit of glue at the base of this, screw it all the way in, and then let it sit. Right? So that'll be done for that once I do this part. So I'm thinking I'm just going to use this. However, I need to find about 30. So we're going to go with a 32, which is about 1.25 inches on. Whoop, whoop. Okay, 32. This. Okay. So here's this. And I was thinking about making a whole pin out of this, but then I was like, you know what? This, to get this all the way to me, was about $170. Yeah. So shipping was, I think, like $40 or something crazy. But yes, this stuff, or this was expensive. So if you were to put all the pieces together like that, you could probably see that this might be the most expensive pin I ever made too. But I'm not really a clickbaity kind of person, you know? But once I make a video of it, it might end up being like that. All right. So this is a little bit of learning on the way. I've got the concepts down, but a little learning on the way, you know? Gonna do some of this. Oh, first I actually want to get the oparex piece set. So if I were to make it a pin, what would you have to charge a person to make it? I don't know. I really don't know. It would be a lot. A lot. But that's why I'm not going to do that. Let's see, what are we spinning like here? Oh, I'd give you the bro deal, you know? Only about 5,000. 5,000. No, I'd really have to think about all the logistics of it, you know? It's a like a whole accumulation of stuff that you can't easily get. Stuff will take a long time for it. Oh, it's not that it's too early, it's just I don't usually think about how much it would cost. Because it would probably end up being a lot. Oh, I'm just gonna face this off a bit, get it nice and uniform. Sold? A cool 5Gs? You got it. I'll tell Abby that he's gonna have to hold off. Or that it's not happening. All right. So we got this. Now we're doing just like a standard this here, where I'm gonna go in a bit, and then I gotta go past generally where my mark is gonna be. so I can for future purposes of this, I'm thinking I might just drill all the way through it. Yeah, that'll be better. In increments of $5 for the next 10 years. You know what? That's not a bad thing. But what if you missed a payment, you know? And I have to come over there. You're like, where's my money, man? Be like, I already got my use out of the pin. Take it back. You know how that type of thing goes. All right. But no, I always say that because it would be a real pain to make it all over again. Um, yeah. So just the thought of it right now, I mean, that blue bowl that I made, you know, I'd put that one at like, my mom asked me, how much could I pay you for it? And I was like, it's not for sale. Okay, well, if it was, how much would you charge for it? Well, for you, I'd give you, I don't know, $5,000 to $10,000. There you go. That's a good deal, right? I don't want to do it, you know. We're just gonna send this puppy all the way through. Okay. Now what you're watching is things that I haven't actually tried before. So there is that. Now the other couple things that I'm thinking about too is I'm gonna have to probably hit it with a belt sander or on the table, just kind of sand it just a little bit. I don't think there's any way around that. I think I'm gonna have to do it no matter what, which is okay. Which is okay. But yeah, I make stuff where I'm just like, I just wanted to see if I could. I don't want to sell it necessarily. I just wanted to see if I could make it. And if I did, I will probably just give it to somebody. It's hard to tell mom no. Yeah. I mean, it used to be harder. All right, so you can see this right here. I got like an ugly lip, right? Because it just broke off at the end. So I've got to sand that flat. Somehow. If only I had a file. Just kidding. I do. Getting there. There's probably better ways that I could have done this, you know. I just didn't. You see what accent piece, or yeah. It's just an accent ring. Yep, just an accent ring. Now, if I was a little smarter, not even like drastically different, but I would have actually sanded and polished the outside of that because I probably won't have another chance at it. So I guess I'm an idiot. How about that? How about that? Dang it. That's okay. It's okay. It's all a part of the process. Hey. You probably can't see it, but I am trying to get it leveled out on a file. And I'm almost there. See, it still has kind of a rim there. Trying to get that flat. Yeah, people do it with metal rings. I mean, that's how people make the rings in the first place. If they don't buy cores, that's what they do. They'll just get some raw material and then cut it like that. Then they'll have just a little thing to catch it on there, and they looked probably way cooler than I did, but this isn't exactly the well, let's just say that a lot of this is still a learning process. But I'm making a oparex washer, basically. And it's going to go onto section like this. We got this. Now I'm going to end up gluing around the base of this here. I'm going to glue around the base. And then I'm going to thread it the rest of the way. Keep it right. Then what will happen is that'll be it, you know. I will finish making that, and then I'll turn everything down at the same time. So this is a way to do accent rings. So before I do any other adjustments, I need to do a little touches of a little beveling here. And nothing too crazy, just trying to smooth it out a bit. Yep. Just trying to create that little bit of relief there. But yes. And with metal rings, I'm pretty sure people don't really thread it because a part of it's like you don't really need to do that. But if you want to, you can. I find that when you're doing accents in my like time that I've done an accent ring, but when you're doing that, you can get better hold. Like if you're just relying on glue, it'll work, but it also has that point of failure. But when you're doing the threading and glue, it is redundant, and I guess that's just the way I like to do some things. I'm redundant about them. Okay. Now, let's see. I need to, if I am unscrewing this is getting screwed on, right? No. That is not the case. Well, this Ebonite, I gotta say, good thing that I'm getting some reps in with it, because it kind of doesn't want to do what I want it to do. And so I'm gonna have to make some adjustments for when I'm starting the other stuff. It's not a big deal. It's just I didn't exactly know that I was gonna have these kind of frustrations, I guess. And I can't really do that. All right, so the other thing about this is it's going to end up getting glued in place. And this one's, you know, obviously really, it's a lot longer than it needs to be. And I'm going to be making it out of Juma as well. So that's the end. Now I got to make a piece out of Juma. And I think I could do it over on my wood lathe here. But that's where we're at with this. I need to pop this sleeve out. Oh, I could just use this. The same threads. Oh, careful now. There we go. Yeah, this stuff looks cool. I got to make sure that it is nice and clean before I go and put it all together. So I'll probably hit all this with alcohol before I do that. More of a mental note, not necessarily telling you everything I'm doing, but more of a mental note, I suppose. Like I said, I'm gonna see if I can fix the threads on this. This piece is actually already pretty much a loss if I can't do what I'm trying to do here. So first things first, I'm gonna trim back the little fin here just a little bit so I can have a little bit more room to try and correct my mistake. But if it doesn't work, that's fine too. I don't plan on doing anything too crazy to try and make it work. So we got that, this. Go ahead and cut a relief in the back as well. A little bit more. There we go. Okay. Now, if I really, really wanted to, I could cut that even thinner and then do another accent ring and potentially undo my mistake. How about that? Oh, that's a pretty cool idea, right? And it's not really undoing the mistake. It is, I guess, addressing the mistake. Got to be very careful about doing this because, like I mentioned before, it cross-threaded for some reason, and I don't know why. But we don't want it to happen again. Okay, that looks good. We'll chase it again. Crooked. Look fine. A little non-standard here, the way I'm doing this. But it's because it was already done. And I'm just trying to redefine the lines just a bit more. Or the threads. Lines, threads, you know. So let's see how we're looking here. Let's all right, let's see what we got here. We're actually just going to pop this out too. So it's a little, no, I got to make the piece again. That is okay. It's a bummer, but it's okay. Let's see. Let me change this a little bit. Looks like it's really close. I want to back it off a little bit. There. That's a little better, huh? Yeah. Whoop. Yeah, that's a little better. But yeah, this one is going to be my template now. Because it's got the correct size, it's got everything good, right? Except for the threads, which working with Ebonite, it just is what it is. So this is what I'm talking about. I need to remake a sleeve. And the way I'm going to do that is with the blue Ebonite, actually, because it's already here. Yeah, well, it's pretty much just already here. That's about it. Already here, been used a little bit. It'll give a cool little pattern on the threads as well as the little collar there. So, and then the way that we're going to do it is we're just going to start by making it again, the barrel that is, making the barrel as normal. And then I'm going to put it on, going to trim it down uniform the size. Or, you know what, I should do that first. Just getting lazy. All right, don't do that though. Do a center start. Do all this the right way. You know, just might as well do it the right way. Don't want to try shortcuts right now. Although that could work. Some shortcuts could work in this case. Just, is that what you want to risk, I guess? So we're just going to do a center start. This is going to be for my live center. Pop this out. Pop this in. Now, I'm going to back this way out. So much so that I only need that much for the barrel here. So this is where I'm at. And the reason I want to do this is because I need to drill through, but also make that component for both sides before I trim it all the way down. So, and I got to be thinking a little bit ahead for things like that. And you can adjust the lengths when you get to a certain point. But it does make it quite a bit more complicated. However, some people have, you know, made lemons out of lemonade, or has made lemonade out of lemons. Oh, geez. What world is it that people doing that normal thing? So we're not trying to trim this down to its final diameter. All we're just trying to do is get it down to we're trying, shit, this isn't even the right one. Trying to get all the basically the lands and grooves of this to the same size. That way, once I cut that little piece off, it won't interfere with the grip when I have to take it out and turn it around. Boom, boom. There's my line. Can I see it? Yeah, I can see it. Right here. So that's basically going to be our cut line. But we're going to go a little bit past it. There. Gonna make everything uniform. And a little past it. Let's get a little look here. Now we're going to do it one more time. Nice and getting there. Kind of doing a clean pass here. I want to make sure it's nice and smooth. Okay. Take the back off. And that and this. We'll drop your speed here. All right, so that is, believe it or not, you probably can't tell, but it is black and blue. So I'm going to use a little saw here, and we're just going to cut it. Yeah. Boom. There, back that off. Boom. Good to go. So this is going to end up two-sided, yeah. And then you're going to put, we're going to leave this as such. Oh, there we go. And here, going to be that. Take it to here. Now, the other thing about this is that I probably need to make it a little bit shorter anyways, too. So there is a little bit of that. You can see, like, this is next to a, well, a different one, obviously, but it's going to have to go a bit shorter. So. It's out. Okay. This is where we're going to redo this, the part that goes, that, where the barrels or the threads are going to go for the cat menu. I want to keep everything nice, pretty thick, thick as possible at least. That way you have like the most resistance of the walls of the material that you're using to squeeze back down on to the hole when you're threading it. That makes sense. So that's good enough. Good enough. Okay. We're going to do the same thing. Put some of this. Now we've got the 360. Yeah. That is the size. And then we'll just do what we've already done. Remembering to reset plenty. I want to overdo it. I mean, I do, but don't want to do that. Got big plans for this week? It's this is actually the big plan for the week. And then maybe editing it down into a complete video. It's the other part of it. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. That might be pretty ambitious, but might not as well. Just do a little bit of a shouldering here. This is where you could avoid potentially having to do your gutter that people talk about on your section. Then this is for smooth transitioning into the section going into the barrel and getting the thread started. Then we've got the threading portion. Okay. Boom. And go for a ride. Good enough. Cool. Now do a little spritz here with some air. And now we got to get the size for our M13. It's fine tuning your work. I hear you. Hear you. It's good stuff. Oh. Well, very nice. I wish you great success. It's never ending. Welcome to the awesomeness of this stuff, you know? Or that stuff. Everything. That's the beauty of it all. Doing a party out of the garage, huh? Well, dang. That sounds like a good time. All right, 0. Okay, we need to go a little bit more. Because I don't want to run into the same problem I did already. You know? So I got to take it down just a little bit more. That way I can get it in to the right diameter. Almost. So, the opposite of good time at the. I hear you. I heard that. Party was last week, 2 weeks ago, right? Oh, crap. All right. This is a little different, something different that you'll see here from me. I'm just getting it a little bit wet so it will hopefully glide a little better. Okay. And did it? I don't know. Maybe. But that was just a little bit of, let's see, wood and bamboo oil. Oh. How do you say it? Is it all or is it oil? You started to use mineral oil cutting fluid, and how's that working out? Working out good? Well, I find it to be like a hit or miss, to be honest. I think some people do it just out of constantly doing stuff like that. But it's one of those things where if you do it every time, it's not a big deal. But if you don't do it that one time, it's like, oh man. You know what I mean? It's like that, in my mind at least. Okay, now the other thing I need to do now is flip her over and got my center hole there. So now we're just going to go for the gusto here. Hey, if you think it helps, then I would say that it helps. If you think it helps, then it helps. It reminds me of the scene from Pirates of the Caribbean, right? When Jack Sparrow goes to the witch lady and he gives her a monkey and she gives him a jar of dirt. And she's like, oh, if you don't want it, then is this supposed, that's what it was. He's like, is this supposed to help? He says, let's see, how did it go? Is this going to help? Yes. Or how is this supposed to help? And then she said, if you don't like it, put it back. It's like, no, it's my dirt. Something like that. Probably butchered it really well, but you get the gist. Okay, and made it. Now, just a little touch with this. Read the crap out of it. You see the movie and I don't remember. Oh, well, I mean, I can tell you if you want. I remember that part. It was, sure everybody that is going to see it is going to see it, or has seen it, I mean. But he puts Davy Jones' heart in it because he's not supposed to be able to touch land very often. So if you put the heart on the dirt, then, well, it gives him leverage, I guess. Okay, so I'm doing the backside of this right now. And the reason is because I don't want to trim it down too much before actually getting the what am I doing? Okay. Before getting it too thin. If it's too thin, you're more likely to crack it. Okay. Gross. Okay, now what we do, look at that. Sweet. Now, so there's this. This is going to continue to get closer to this because I wasn't able to repair. But now it's a template and it's going to have to be closer to that length. So hopefully I drilled plenty far. I think I did. So trim it down. Yes. Now I have this piece over here. I don't need that. Let's see. The next thing is I got to trim that down to about 13 mil. I've already got the body piece. Juma. Yes. Got to make some Juma parts now. So we're going to hop over here just for a brief moment. Pretty brief. Pretty good. Okay. That should be pretty good, right? I want to make a huge thing of it. All I'm going to do is get the Juma. I'm going to just mount it in here, actually, and mount it in there, and then go ahead and give it a boop and a boop. I got to make 2 of them. So, T-handle. And this doesn't need to be perfect for my purposes here. Good enough is what I'm going for, because this is just going to be an accent, and yeah. Chuck. I need a chuck. Oh. What have I done? Oh no. There we go. A little better. Okay. So just need to make basically this piece here again. That. Not so long though. It's too long. Mm-hmm. And the first thing we're going to do is actually trim it, face it. I want to face it. Okay. This is going to basically get the center start and clean up the edges. But like I said, it does not need to be perfect in this case. It just needs to be something. Center start. And I'll end up using that again for my other one. Now, a little of this. Right. Crank this up. We'll tidying up here. Ooh, that knocked it way out of round. Can't be doing that. You need the live center to support it. I mean, I should have known it being that far out would cause it to do that, but I just didn't want to do it. So to make sure we are good and back in line here, use a combination of loosening this, shortening this, locking it back in, and scooting it forward while tightening the jaws. Now, we are back in line. The heck? There we go. going to go ahead and get all this on up. No part at least. Cool. This has got to come back. Now, need sturdy. All right. Well, the time has come. Need to a little bit of smooth. Ooh. Outrageous. When I replaced the filter, I put it on wrong. There we go. Well, that's a little embarrassing, huh? There we go. This is a particle mask. And it's to help cut down on what I am inhaling. I always want to take care of your lungs, you know. Oh, here you go. That's for you. Oh. Okay. Now we've done this, we've done that, and we just need to test and see how well it threads. Which is perfectly fine. Now, the other part of this is I need to cut off a large enough piece that way I can use that as a finial. So this is the piece that it's actually going to go onto. Yeah, it's going to go on just like that. But this also needs to be trimmed down. So there is still a couple things to do. This is good. I'm actually going to support it and then do a quick little support cut here with the parting tool. That is good enough. This tool rest is way too high. Okay, actually, leave that there. Do this. And then for the other part of the thing, right? So when I actually, normally I would get the thing cylindrical, right? And that is so I can keep everything perfectly round. Now, the reason I'm doing this a little differently is because it's going to attach to the back of that. And we want that to be perfectly round. So what's going to end up happening is I've got that piece, and then I'm going to connect this piece to that piece, but I'm not going to put the mark in the back to support it until I can actually put it on the mandrel to make sure that the whole pin is flush with itself. You know what I mean? So that is why. In case you were wondering. All right, one down and one to go. First things first. We got to flatten the surface, right? So, Jacobs, Forstner bit, and that'll give us both a pilot hole and a flat surface to go with. But we're going to actually use a little tool just to clean up just a little bit. Which is a way you could do that, right? And then you just do a little touch with the corner of the square carbide, that is. Great. So when you're drilling, I guess, straight into something, not a big deal. But if you are going to come into something from the side, it still needs to be supported, I guess, in this case. Not always is that the case, but in this case, I have to. And I don't need it spinning this way. That would have gone right up. Okay, now. Need the live singer. Almost done. This once I use the die tool on this, it'll be done over here, and I'll be back over there. Okay. So that, slow this down by 100 miles an hour. Okay. Cruising right along. Almost done. And then I will Be back over on the main screen. Let's see, where is... There you are. Bum, 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 ba-da-bum, bum. Oop, oop. Sorry. A little of that, a little of this, a little of this. Gonna cut the little relief. Just a little bit. Good enough. No, I'll just use the cutting tool. How about that? About right there. Perfect. Okay. We are done over here. Let's hop back over here. Let's switch this. Yes. I guess this is sufficient, huh? Okay. Maybe this one, I guess. Whew, starting to get a little warm. Got the heater going too, so. Okay. Excuse me for a second. Okay. So we've got these two pieces now. They're the same for the most part. One's going to screw into the cap, the other one into the barrel. This one is going to need to be on the cap. Okay. Because I have shortened this one quite a bit, I need to actually thread it a bit more. Okay. That should have been enough to address this. And it has indeed. Okay. Sweet. So this here goes on here, and then we're gonna glue it into place. Then what's gonna happen is this right here is going to actually line up with the top of the outer material and then pull up a little bit on the actual ebonite so it stays in place. So pretty cool. Pretty cool when you think about like it's actually like screwing together, but it's also causing it to clamp down onto this piece here. So that's a part of why I wanted to do it this way, because I want to make sure that this is very well secured on there. But it was giving me ideas for like a completely different pin design too. I don't know if that's what you're into, but be a pretty cool thing that you have a top cap, bottom cap. You didn't glue the piece on. Now you can actually interchange them. But you're probably going to want to have a channel of sorts. But anyway, that's your $1 million idea, or a $1 million idea, which would be pretty cool. All right, now I need to take this piece down to the size. I got to take it to right about into some weird stuff so you're down. Right on. Right on. Well, lucky day. Lucky day. No, we're going to do it the other way. A lot of good reasons. Well, I've been thinking about that as far as like, everybody like has the idea of starting their own business. But one of the things that's interesting is your business could actually work with another business as like a contractor kind of thing, which is kind of cool if you think about it. It's like a way of networking with the different businesses without with minimal effort, I would say. Like you're already doing what you want to do. So this would be a way to lift everybody up, Just a, I guess, a passing thought came to mind. This has got to go down to about 13 millimeters. So I'm going to do some gentle passes, leave a little bit more at the beginning, and then refine it as we get near finish. Okay, this is set, that's set. Do a couple cuts first, once you get it thinner, and then I'll do the more precision cuts. Yeah, I ain't you it. Yeah. I just always like to have this big win-win, I mean, you're winning, everybody's winning. This has actually got to get down to this.
I'm going to stop a little bit further out than normally. I was going to just do it like that. I'm going to run it a few times. And also, doesn't necessarily have to be right there. Have a little buffer, you know. But it'll be much thinner once this little part right there. Every time I run the tool, and then it hits that wall, it digs a little bit. Um, hopefully, I think, maybe the last half until I get to dilate it. Okay, so that. Really think I'll probably do another one. That is quite a bit bigger today. One more. Gotta walk it in there. Okay. Now for the final, this is we're getting closer to the final. So put the vacuum for a second.
I'm going to measure the outer of this, and we want it to be about 13. We're at 1480. So 14.8 minus 13, which is 1.8, and then 8, 1.8. Yeah, 1.8. Divide that by 2. Now we're at 0.9. So I'm going to do my digital readout here, and I'm just going to go to about 0.8 or so. That way I can sand the last little bit that I need to. And that's how I do it. Guess we're in the live center a little bit. Good, live center's in contact. We're gonna get the vacuum on. Tail shot lock in and run. This is the size about.
slow down the base thing. I don't want to dig into it too hard. Back it up. And to this way, and you can slowly kind of creep it in. Now, take this out.
Back this up.
Now we're going to see how we are sitting here with that. Or I suppose I could have just measured. Let's see, we're at 0. Now we are at 13, 15, 13, 15. Okay, that is good enough. We'll leave that alone. Let me wrap this up. Get this out. And just use the live center. And sand a bit.
Disengaged. Off. So this will serve two front here, where I am able to turn it down a bit, and then also rough up the surface. So a cool little thing with calipers you can do is you can use the back side of the calipers here. Then you just stick it in, you open it up, right? The edge will catch, and then that's the actual size. And then you trust but verify on the other side. So that hole, about 13.04. So what we're looking for is about 13 on this. So I set my calipers to handle that. And just down here is the last spot I need to adjust. Now this Ebonite's actually really cool. It's blue. I don't know if you're able to pick it up there, but it's blue and black. And that is a very nice fit. We have a little bit of movement, which is good because we want a little bit of the glue to be able to pull up around the edges here. Yeah. I'm actually going to go ahead and kind of scar it a little bit more. The corners of this. And this would be, so it has little channels that the glue can just go into. That way it has like a better foothold the inside here. But boom. Very cool. And which side is it? It's this side. Yep. Perfect. Now, what I need to do is trim this down, and then this is going to go into this. There. Now, if you really wanted to, what you have is another opportunity for an accent ring or even a clip, if you wanted to. So this would be a way to do that, because you could sandwich the clip in between the two pieces, or you could have a little recess on one of the other pieces. So kind of cool. And speaking of which, I wonder if I have one. It would be on the other component, but it'd be kind of cool to have a clip, huh? Excuse me. There we go. So let's take a look at where we're actually at here. These are from Beaufort. Yeah. See, this is a little bit different. So I would have to adjust it a little bit. And it would actually go onto this one anyways. And it could, because this could be that component that is catching. You can see it. So this is where that would go, and then it would just get pinned down there. Now, you couldn't actually glue the piece in place quite yet, so that is one of the problemos. But I think we're going to hold off. I don't want to take away from the boatite. It was more of I suppose, a future idea that sleeving like this, you can actually do it like that if you wanted to. Okay. This needs to get gone. So I have this, mark it. That should be good. I see my mark. And then I go ahead and do that. Do some of this. And now I do know that I'm not going to cut the mandrel. So if that was a concern, rest assured I'm not going to cut the mandrel. It's probably down here-ish. Okay. All right, now we're just going to clean that edge up. You don't need to go 100 miles an hour. Yeah, it is. Okay. Now we're going to check on this and see where my actual line is here. I think I need to take it down a little bit more. About there, but let me check on the component here. Okay. So I don't think we want to do that, but we are going to do this. So that, well, sorry, this one. This is the one that's going to go there. So as we get closer, I have to start dialing in like the final dimensions of the pen, because one of the problems that you can run into is you haven't quite got this the size that you wanted it to be, whether it's too small or too big, and then you don't have any more room, then you're going to have to add another segment, which you don't want to do if you can avoid it. So this is looking pretty good. So I'm not going to tighten it all the way, but I am going to go ahead and put this back together, or put this together rather, and see about where I am. So again, not too tight, but the goal is to have my pin the correct size. Ugh, there we go. So what I've got here is okay. So this is good enough. I need to find my. Of course, I need to find something. All right, here we go. So our overall size that we're looking for is actually about right here. So you can see that there's already adjustments I have to make in order to get it to that size. So I'm going to probably need to, where this line is, I'm going to have to trim it down. And that'll give me, oh, that'll put me here. And then I'm going to have to trim this back. See, that won't give me much. So you kind of see the dilemma here, where if I'm going to do a finial, you need to have enough room, right? So one of the things that I've got to do is have my measurement, which I do. Let's go ahead and we will just use this stick. I will mark the stick. That way we can determine the position that we're going to go for. Okay, this is my target. That's waste block, waste stuff. Going to mark you. Don't need you anymore. Go away. Okay. All right. So this is kind of where we're at. Right here. So this is the size that we're going for. Now I've got to take off some material, you know. That way I could actually have a finial, but then proportionately, you want it to look nice as well. So I've got some shortening to do. But how much? That is the question. Because right now, got it. But this would make it like a 6-inch pin. We don't want it too long. So we're going to have to take off about a 1/4 inch, a little bit more. Have to cut that down. And then we'll have to do the same for the top. So with that, how big do we want the finials to be? The top finial should be How big? Seven, 8, 9. Then the bottom probably should be a little bit longer. So $12, 9 and 12. Which would mean that I have to cut about 12 mil off here. And then 9 there. Right? Or nine, and then huh. What do we think about that? 9, then 11. Because that would add some sentimental value. Because my kids are 11 and 9, which they will be older this year, obviously. That would mean that I'd have to trim off about 9 and then about 11. But we could do a little bit longer of a pen, I suppose. Just a little bit. What to do, what to do. So from this one, the cap. Just need to come down a little bit from there. So from there, I'd have to come down to here. What now? Here, this little guy, I'd have to come down about 11. Where we're at, shoot. There you go. Right now, I have this, right? The spinning. Good enough. Now our stick is a 5.5. Which would mean this here. Yeah. This. Oh. 48. Go to 48. Okay. Mm-hmm. So this currently is need to drop down to, so I need to take it to 68. Which is about right there. No. Okay. We're working through it, man. Working through it. Now, it looks a little like I was not considering the little lip there. $68. Okay. The 8mm. Probably actually 70 if you factor in the top bit right there. All right. What I'm going to do is chop it. Then I'm going to need to readdress the threads, make sure that we're still good here. Oh, there we are. The reason I'm using a saw is because it will spin. And I'll be able to use this little square piece somewhere else if I want to. Instead of just turning it all into powder, now I'll have the material I can use. Don't need that. Boom. That is a keeper. Oh, that's a keeper. Then I don't need that. But what I do need to do is check this, make sure that I have enough thread for my piece here. This one. No, this is really quite long. I don't need that much. It'll get trimmed most likely. Nope. There we go. So this isn't threaded as far as it was before, which is fine. Okay. Now, in the future, I suppose what I could have done, measured out my template, right? And the template would end up being the size of my pen minus how big I want the end cap to be. So there is that, which would have been a better approach, I'd say. But there's a lot of figuring as I go, like implementing different techniques that I already am familiar with and have done with or two different components is really I guess the way, because this is the end cap and the other sides here basically like a section, you know, the way that you can do that. So oh, so making this piece just a little bit shorter, the actual thing is probably a good idea. A little shorter than this. That's what I'm talking about. Which it is. However, it needs to be trimmed up, which is fine. We will do that in a moment. Actually, when we get it glued, I guess. Okay. So there's that. There's that. We're going to get this closer where we need to be, at least. I'm going to do that like this. So we don't need to do too much. Need to get it close enough to where I can do some fine sanding. It's like barrel trimming. Almost there. What's up, man? How you doing, Ben? Good to see you. Working on this. Yeah. We're pretty flat. Just gonna a little bit better there. It's been pretty quiet. So I had to remake this piece here. I broke, well, I didn't break it. It's just the threads got a little messed up, and so they were cross-threading. And that's not okay. But this, on the other hand, let's say that we're about there. I don't think I'm going to actually be able to sand this very much. I think it'll stop it. But we're going to try. Good, all things considered. Uh-oh. What's that mean? A little foreshadow in there? Okay, close. Gonna go ahead and chop some of this off. Oh, Lordy. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. Well, I need to shorten this just a bit. It's a little long. This piece is not actually going to be able to come out once I get it set. So, and then another note that I should point out is if you are going to take a piece that was a square back to your lathe trying to make some cuts, you are going to throw it out of whack. And I'm going to make sure that you have a solution to remedy that. Oh, you got that snip today, huh? All right. Well, I hope you're doing all right. You all, are you comfortable, I guess? Feeling pretty comfortable? And then, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay. Hopefully this will fit just how it's supposed to. I believe that. All right, here we go. Now this is set. I need to make the little adjustments on the cap now. Going for a 48 here. Not much other than that. I hear you, man. I hear you. Get some editing in, or can't do that. And okay, this is good. That is good. I'm going to cut it at this line, I think. Let me take a look at something right quick. Ooh, that's long. Okay. This is better. So one of my major considerations here is the my up here. I hear you. This has to fit in here. Now, one of the things I have to factor in the threads right here, which are just a little bit smaller than those, so we can use that as our reference. But then once I do this, I'll have this. There we go. I'll have this much room that I'll have to clear out of the Juma here, which is not a bad thing. Just going to make sure that once I turn it around, I have to go drill it back out a little bit more to make sure that the nib will not be interfered with. And also at that point, it will clear out the parts here. And as you can see, one of the misleading things here with the nib, actually, the actual end, it spins. So when it spins, it actually doesn't do what, it doesn't stay centered. So this piece here doesn't actually stay centered. It goes from side to side. So a lot of people, they don't think about it like that. So you need it to be able to fit all the way. So that is that. What flavor are you going to go for, man? There's lots of good flavors. Okay. We're going to do the same thing with the saw. Yep. And I am also clear of that as well. Yeah. Brewski. That gets chopped there. Okay. Right on, man. Well, have a good rest. Have a good rest, my man. Hope you have a swift recovery. Cool. Cool piece right there. Now, spritz this. Okay. It's fine. It. No. Needs to flatten this back out. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Bum, bum, bum. Alrighty. That'll work. Okay. Okay. And okay. That side, the other side. Yeah. Other side. We still not there? Almost. Need to trim this down a bit. All right, well, it doesn't have to be beautiful. That's just beyond not beautiful. Live center trick. Have to get this a little bit reconfigured here. It really doesn't want to line up again. Yeah, I could have saved myself time potentially if I went ahead and did it round in the first place.
Fine, I'm gonna go straight back to the lathe.
Good enough. Okay, this will go here. That will go there. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Let's see. This. Oh. Okay. All right. This will be good enough. See actually how far we're going to be. Yes, okay. Well, suppose I should change that. Let's see. Okay. If we wanted to make that a little bit bigger, be bigger and fit. Hmm. Okay. Going to have to adjust fire here. So I need to make this piece again. The reason I got to do that because these I'm hitting a different point in the cap, right? So the threads aren't where they should be because I went a little too far with the cap. So I have to backtrack a little bit and then create a different connection point for this. So the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to come over here, cut this off, and then use a different diameter. Yep. So we got to see what size would be acceptable here. Well, looks like an M10 would work. Why didn't it work before? I'm going to try it. This little piece right here. Okay, this. See, why is that fitting? I didn't. Look, it fits. M10 by 1 fits. So I just need to remake those threads, I guess. And not trim them down at all. Too much power. We're pushing it too hard. You'd be pushing it too hard now. At least I didn't get too far with that. So we're going to try this again. Put it here. We don't need too much, so I'm not going to go too deep here. I'm going to try to get a little bit, so just a few mil. That is sufficient.
So the first time I actually did this, and then I did trim it down a little bit. So I'm not going to do that this time. Make it a little bit bigger, actually. So hopefully it'll grab enough.
Come on, baby. Perfect. All right, so this should be nice. Should be. We shall see. Boom, boom. Oh, see, the last little bit is what catches, which is okay. Alrighty. I'm gonna do the other little thread right quick. There we go. Another little chaser here. Is that going straight in? Looks like it is. Power feed. There. Okay. Good enough. This we shall shorten you. Hit. Hmm. That. Do it in the trick. Now, this comes out. This comes out. And this is pretty good. Boom. Whew. A little recovery right there. It's not what we like to do. But it is what it is. This go in to there. Now, see what that is. I need, what size is that? 3/8. Okay. I need to make it a little bit smaller than a 3/8 towards the end. Right. So I'm going to take it when you're measuring it. So this is the approximation. But when you're measuring it, you're thinking about it from like this. This is basically where it is and where it needs to go. So the exception is actually towards the end right there. So we'll have a little bit of room to clear out for the tines here. And we can actually get an idea of where we need to be with that, like this. So you can see that that needs to go in there. Pretty neat. But a couple of adjustments we can make at this point, if we really needed to, is I can make this section just a little bit shorter, which is probably going to be what I have to do anyways. But just making it a little bit shorter will actually solve the rest of this problem. But yes, it is very much working through the problem the whole time. Because different materials have different properties, but even with that, it's like, oh my gosh, why are you so different than the other stuff I like to turn? But that's part of the whole adventure, you know? So many things are so very different, and it is what it is. Now I'm going to go ahead and get the center mark on this because I have got to get it glued. So I need to get this in snugly and straight because it's going to get glued in this position. And then a little center start. And I can't, so the threads aren't strong enough for me to do much with this part right here. Because if I try to cut it to level it out, it's going to hit and break. However, when I go straight in with just a little bit of surface area, it's not going to create much drag. And I think the threads will hold stronger, a little stronger than. And we don't have to go fast here either. We just need to get a center start. So. That's it. That's all we needed. So I'm going to leave this on here for now. I'm going to go ahead and screw this one in. Okay. I'm going to get this. Hey. All right. Now this is all pretty much set. Now I just need to center start that one. And these are single start, so because they're single start, I don't have to worry about them not being where I want them to be. So pretty interesting when it comes to that. Yep. So it's nice and easy. We just need to move. That's probably good. So we'll make our final adjustments once we are gluing them into place, which is coming up. So I'm going to glue and then work on the section while that cures, and then move from there. But here's where we are right now. It seems like we've been here for quite a while, but I'm going to go ahead and get the measurements of these so I can learn from what it is that I'm doing. So just a moment, please. I shall write down these things here. That should be 68 or 70. We're at 0. This and that, 48. And then this. Not exactly the coolest thing, but once you get everything done, taken care of, it is going to be pretty cool, I think. Okay. We got our centers, we got our that and this. Now it's time to glue. No, I think, what kind of glue am I going to use? I think I want to trim down the cap just a little bit more. No, don't mess with that. I've already got the center start. Can't be doing that. There'll be a lot of lessons learned from this, man. Okay. Okay. All of these are flat and flush. Don't need the center start anymore. Got this. So what needs to happen is I've got to glue this piece and this piece in, right? So that's what we're going to do. And then I got to do the same thing for this over here. So let's go ahead and move this out of the way. There. Okay, thin, thick, medium is what we're looking for here. All right, got it. Some finger cots. That way you can fingers nice and not glued. All right. Definitely don't want to get glue on the mandrel here. And do our best to keep this protected. There we go. I think I need to trim it down just a little bit more. No, I wasn't going to do it, but I gotta make it just a little bit more space. This is a good way to go ahead and do that. Okay. Okay, that's much better. Need to get some alcohol right quick too. Not for me to drink, but for me to clean off the surfaces. You definitely don't want to be drinking this stuff. Some denatured alcohol. No, thank you. And then the other thing is I want to make sure I'm careful with the different pieces that I've got here. We'll just clean it, you know. And this is kind of like your last moment you could be with the Ebonite, you know, or just by itself. So little spritz in there too. So I'll hit it on the inside and the outside. And it's in just like a little tattoo bottle that they use to spray water. So pretty good way to do it. Although if you are using denatured alcohol, just understand that it's going to evaporate out of the bottle as well as build up some condensation, so it'll dilute it with some water. Those are types of things that you remember afterwards, you know, after you go ahead and do that. You're like, oh crap, I knew that, but I forgot about it. Okay, it is this way. And then that is going to be there. This will be good. The other thing I'm going to make sure I do with this one is we're going to orient it down, right? So we want to go have everything in sequence that we want. So glue, right? And then put glue in here. That'll go in. And then we'll have another piece of glue or another bit of glue that's going to go onto the threads here. and that will get seated in there. Yep. And then, because I don't trust there's threads a whole lot, but the threads aren't really intended for anything. I'll say that as well. They're not going to be like what we call load bearing. They're just there to hold in place. So it's not really anything too special there. So I've got a clamp ready as well. So here we go. Whoops. I'm going to keep it pointed downward. That way I don't have any glue potential on the threads at the for the barrel. Okay. That looks good. Go ahead and work it in there a little bit. Then go ahead and press it the rest of the way down. Smush it. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. And no, get out. Get out. There we go. Why wouldn't there be an issue, you know? So a little bit on the outside, not a big deal. Not a big deal. That can easily get remedied. And then the other thing that we've got to do. There's a part of my glove. It's a latex glove, so I guess it likes to stick to rubber. Unfortunately. We're going to leave it there. Oh, my finger doesn't work anymore on the all right, there we go. I'm gonna have to sand my finger a little bit, but we're good. We're good. That is in place and effective. So once we're satisfied, I guess, with this, give it a spritz. All right. So this is now set. I'm going to use this in this orientation. That way I can just put this right on and take care of that. So I'm going to be using, I'm actually going to go get a glove. Stupid finger cots, because I think it's because they are latex instead of what is it? The other plastic stuff. You know what I mean? Or not plastic, but nylon, nitrile. Well, a different material, not latex. How about that? Good enough. So you can leave that like this, and then you're gonna hop some of this action here with the medium. Oh, there we go. And then because we already sprayed it, I gotta be quick. All right, get that. Well, good thing I was quick because it's already locked. So we're gonna leave it downward now. That's crazy. Well, we gotta be careful. Remember that. If you spray that surface, it's going to be so much faster at drying, that is. Because, I mean, it makes sense, right? Because you already have the activator on it. But we are okay. All right, now we're going to repeat the process. Okay, I have it set up in the sequence I'm going to do it. A little denatured alcohol here. Clean it off. Jeez. Okay. You can actually kind of see the blue on blue, I guess. Okay. So this is going to go on that way, which will be cool. And that's awesome. Goodness gracious. Okay, this is just going to go on like this. Boop. And then hit the threads again. Then glue it into place. Okay. I'm using some medium here. Need to get going. Okay. Okay, be careful with that. Make sure that does not go on there. You don't want it on the threads, so wipe down. Yeah, there we go. So wipe down if you're going to wipe it. Don't wipe it up, because then you'll have to worry about the other thing. So, little spritz here. Okay. Should be good now. And as for this one, I'm going to go a little bit of a different technique on this one. So this is what we're going to try out. So I'm going to have it a little bit screwed in, and I'm going to go ahead and glue everything around it, and then thread it the rest of the way in. All right. There. Looking good. Okay. Wipe my hands off a little bit. Nah, I mean. Now at this point, I don't mind spraying down the ebonite. That way it actually gets to the threads on the inside, you know? And then it's pretty good. Pretty good already. Okay. That took a lot longer than I wanted it to. Yeah, a lot longer. Goodness gracious. Mm. This is nonsense. Okay. That'll work. I didn't actually need this because the the piece settled so fast. Whoops. Ideally, wouldn't like that. But it happened to us anyways. Right. Now, here's where it starts to get funky. So make sure we're good. I got a little bit of glue on the inside here, so what I need to do is chase them a little bit. Hopefully that'll just break off a little bit. I don't need here. There we go. That looks good. Also know that it is quite set. It's not spinning at all on this piece. So that's pretty cool. Uh-huh. So, like I said, the next thing I've got to do here is I got to get it circular, and then I have to flip it around and then drill it, make sure that it is the appropriate size. So that's the next thing. When I say size, I mean depth for the nib and everything to fit inside. So we're going to see if this actually held true. I'd say that looks pretty good. Okay. Now the time has come to do like 100 passes with this. I'm going to do it nice and easy. So I want to get this. I'm going to stop on the Juma because I need to sand this. Which I suppose I could start now. That would be a better way to do it, huh? Oh, yeah. Okay. Respirators. Now, I did turn it a little bit, so I'm going to try turning it. But that's one of those like famous last words before it breaks. So I don't want to do that. Be a real bummer. But I will say that'll probably be the simplest part to redo. Okay, we're gonna try this. Got the vacuum in. Hopefully it doesn't shoot it out. So, nice and easy. Put some corners here. Not touching yet, not touching yet. Still not touching. Okay, I back off. All right, we're touching. Back off. Just a little bit more. We're gonna be here all day. All right, don't be laminate on me now.
We're not even touching that. Take a look. Okay, for these corners, we are going to try this out. This is not going at all how I would like it. Let's try it, bro. We don't want to be here all day. You do like 15 passes, huh? All right, so far so good. I really don't want it to be there. All right, that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get my Dremel.
Let's see. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Let's see. This needs to loosen. Oh, nope, not that one. My bad. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now this. Hmm. Come on. Over here. Oh, that doesn't want to turn all the way. Fine. I'm disconnecting. I got more Dremels. What an idiot, John. Get it together. Got like 3 or 4 Dremels. Ugh. Ugh. Come on, John. Bum, bum, ba-dum. So when you can come across sets of bits, pretty nice when you come across that. So I'm just going to be using a sanding Dremel bit here, and this will make quick work of it. Not sure why I was so reluctant to do it in the first place, but it's partially because I didn't want it to break, but I mean, I still don't want it to break, but you know how it goes. You know how things go, you know. It's far. That's far away. All right, what can we unplug? The light. All right, made it a little darker. Sorry. We'll get that remedied here in the near future. There, that's pretty good. Okay, here we go. Be careful not to overheat it either.
Okay, you gotta be careful now. Okay. A couple things that I tried. I don't suggest. Okay. You're living your money, right? Almost there. Just to clear up everything here. Okay. This is not what it's going to end up looking like. That looks awesome. There's that spot right there. So this is actually where the mandrel is. Pretty neat though. Okay, we are going to take that free. We still have a little ways to go. But I'm going to go ahead and get it here. That way I can make sure that it's drilled where it should be. Okay, and through. And go ahead and cut it a bit here.
Okay. I don't know if I'm going to use the Dremel again. That didn't go how I hoped. Exactly, at least. Pretty good, though. But now we got some light. That's a lot. Back this out. All right. This I need to get this. So we're looking at this depth here. Now, what's stopping is obviously the inside piece. But this is about where we are, right? So I need to go in about there. But we're not going to use just that one. Got to use this one to an extent, and then a little bit further with another one. Yeah, this will work. Make a mark here. And we want to also factor in making this section just a little bit shorter. So where we make the section a little shorter, we can actually mark that. So this is 25, right? Right now, it won't go in, right? So this is the first thing that we'll do. And for measuring sake, you can see that measurement here. Okay, just going to touch that right there. And then this is going to be shy. Just shy, yep. So okay. Not a whole lot, just a little bit. And then that is sufficient. Because the main thing that we're looking for here is having a room for the section to not touch the inside. So let's go ahead and try. Okay, we're just a little bit shy still. We're going to use this little bit here and bring it in just another halvesy from where it is. Okay. Okay, boom. So we have it fit for that now.
We're looking pretty cool. Reference, this is about how it's going to go. So this is basically what it is on the inside. The reciprocal of this. So I'll finish that on the wood lathe. But now it is time for the body here. Okay. Nice. Okay. We're just going to run this, see how it goes. Frank, and lose. Alright, this isn't going to get big. We're actually touching the photo just a little bit. And a bit more. A break. Break on the now. This will be the last pass, I think. Gotta make sure I can grab it. Not quite yet. So the Ebonite is almost done, but this has got it's still got quite a few things. And this a little. It's almost done to this carbide. I guess the recap of it. Rotate it. One more. It'll be win or lose. It'll be one more. Nice. Oh, that'll be good. So again, what I'm doing is I'm making sure that it's round enough for me to take it out, flip it around, and make sure that I have the depth where I need it to be. And if I don't, I need to adjust a little bit. Don't see only flat spot.
We good.
We are Gucci.
Now, some of these obviously has bubbles in areas, so need to address that. Here's this. So what has to happen is this is going to go to the end here, but not all the way to the end because I don't want it to I just need to make room for a the converter to fit through. And but on the other hand, I can't have it be too thick in diameter because I don't want to tear out the threads on the other thing that I've got in there. That way it can still serve its purpose of of gripping. Goodness gracious. Even though we glued it, so just let's see there. I don't want to squeeze this too hard. You know, I kind of don't even want to. Okay. Okay, a little of that, and then a little of this. Actually, not this. Too big.
Well, I guess before we move on, let's check this. Oh, here we go. This will be better. Might as well check with what you got. Hey. Gotta grab a converter. Excuse me. Okay, check this. Voila. Okay. Looking good. Okay. All right, here, where we are. Here we go. We're getting there. Okay, I'm going to put that to the side. All right, now, got to make the section. Now, the section is going to be made of ebonite, not just any ebonite. We're going to go with some fancy pants ebonite. So, I got to measure the 545, huh? Okay, I got to measure this. This is going to be a part of the grip. So that is about 284, 285, okay? 25, 22. Okay, we're going for 22. Go ahead and measure out 22, or we'll do 20. Yeah, about 21. Yeah. All right, what we're doing, or what I'm doing rather, is marking this section. So this is actually going to be the grip right here. So that is the grip. And because I am doing another piece, so this is about the grip, right? So up in here. And then the actual piece that I'm going to cut is right there. And so this is going to serve more than one purpose. It's going to serve the purpose of facilitating this part. So this is, oops, sorry. This is it, and then this is going to go in, and here's where the actual part is going to be. So, in order to accomplish this, I need to grab it. Then we're going to cut this with the saw. Oh no.
Okay. Well, that looks pretty cool up in there too. Whew. All right. We'll be right back. Say hi to my kid. Turn this off, do this, do this. We'll do be right back and be right. Back. Back. Hey. Whoop. Here we go. Here. Hop back over here. Nope. There. Home stretch, baby. We could do this. All right. Hey, come on over here. There you go. Be afraid now. Hang out. What I gotta do is get this turned and flat. Okay. I have not worked with this material before, but be that bad. And it felt pretty solid, so we'll say that. Um, I'm gonna go ahead. Do our standard. This. And again, just once more. And we're through the material. Now, do this. So let's see. Far, because we got a little bit further to go. Then, this
Now for this next part, not this next part, but coming up part, you need to be very careful. Do it very well. No whammies. Not this part, but once I get to threading it, stopping there, which this may look like a little bit longer of a tin end, but that is on purpose. And I'll tell you what. Sorry, I'm going to be putting that little piece that I just showed you. Look, we're doing pretty good. Pretty good. That is a very cool pattern. Going to dye here, and then a little bit of oil here. Why? Why? Oh. Break off in the bottle. So. Okay. Yeah, I don't normally use cutting. I don't use any oil or any material like that, but because this is ebonite, mine makes it so it's flat or is a little bit slipperier. Now, take a look. So this is the little piece that I was talking about. And then this is just here. Because I already threaded it. So from here, what I really need to do is do a little dab of glue. A little dab of glue. Here that. So also going to just a little bit of a relief on the back end here so I can make sure that it fits properly. Before introducing glue. Once you get the glue on there, the way to get it off is to cut it off. You don't want to have to do that. Twists there. Okay. Put that. That. This. Okay. So it's still a little bit wrong. So I'm going to use the parting tool. Touch here. So we can make it a little bit shoulder in the shoulder right there.
but not too much as to take all the threads away, you know? Make sure that we're pretty good on that. Kevin, welcome back, sir. Been here. Been here. Good to see you. Getting things in order. This is where we are with that so far. Now we're on the section. And to mention with the section, doing something that I hadn't done before, but it's going pretty well, I would say. Considering the materials are a pain, I'd say that it's going pretty well. So I'm just trying to get this to a final position so I can glue it. Still not there, almost. Go ahead and hit one more time. This. Ah. Yeah. Got to earn your keep now, huh? Doesn't want to go on the rest of the way. Make it. You know what? I can use pliers. Pliers. And that's what I'm going to do. I have to do a little dab of glue. I'm going to use pliers to sink it the rest of the way in. Ugh. Okay. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to put this here, protect the ways. Had a grip. Oh, had a grip. Okay. Now, had a grip. Hit it with a little bit of thin. Okay. And of course, right off.
critical time here. Okay. That's not man. All right, now I just need to break this. And then not touch that actually. I broke it. Squeezed it too tight. Probably should have used medium as well, but well, things didn't exactly go, you know. See, knew that I would need a little bit more. Now, taking this out couldn't make a difference. Right? But yeah, now we're back to this again. This again. Now I tried it the other way. See what happens if I do that. We'll see. A little soft. Yeah, I cracked it. It cracked. It's a tiny little piece, so super. That'll be a much nicer thing. Down. And it's a little bit bigger now. So let's see what happens. File. Another use. And I can file a CA off my hands too. It's a twofer. Let's try this again.
stuff is not wanting to. Damn it. And then the damn section blew off that way. Everything's just trying not to come to man. Still intact. That's good. Okay, now case the threads. Rid of the CA parts. Don't want there. I am afraid that if I used too thick of a adhesive, it would go places I don't want it to. But it might work just fine. I think I'm just going to use medium though. Medium will drop now that it's a little bit bigger too. This project has taken a lot longer than it to. I mean, part of it's my fault because of the skill and skill level is not quite there. So feel that this is snug. All right, so that pop this out, pop this in. How would is good. Go ahead and cut this a little bit again. Let's see it glue off. Well, with as difficult as it is to get there, Big, dang it. I have to go to the It'll take more material a lot faster. Dig log. You're right back. Oh man. Now we're offset a little bit. Outrage. Outrage. Let's see. Where? That'll work. Let's see how that does. Why? Why things fly? Go. Take. Take. Almost.
Hmm. Almost there. Still exactly what we're going for. So I think what we've got to do is find the flattest one, flattest side, then put it on. So then I think what I'm gonna need to do far enough. Good. Doesn't want tells me that there might be something on the wall there. Can't take it too far. The other part. Place that piece. Okay. That is enough. Hey. Ooh. No drop in there. Okay. So leave it on. Off.
take it out this time. One last suggestion. Goodness. I gotta do a little chamfer in here. So get this almost down to the end. Oh lordy. So I've let this slightly separated like so. And I'm going to do a little drip down there, screw it tight. Leave it alone. We're actually going to use a little bit of medium. Pull it over the trash can over here because this should be just a quick little thing. Well, I guess kind of a mixed blessing with the glue grabbing a hold of my skin. I was able to grip the piece even much more better. Don't suggest doing it that way. It worked. That could be the last thing I gotta do. Ugh, come on. I have to take my fingers to the belt sander. Okay. Now, flip it over. Finish. Finish it. All right, good. Looking good. Take this off. This. Give Abbie your CA glue. I'm gonna get it back. Cap on it. Ruined. Ruined cap. All right. For that particular CA, I should just activate the cap and then squeeze it with pliers.
Have a lot of here. That's good. Then this. Oh, getting ahead of myself. To open it up just a bit. I think that was the end of it, huh? Check work. Oh. Right. Good. Going well. Moving along. Ah. Yes. All right, to the wood lathe. Way you move. Now we're kind of just going back to like normal stuff, you know? We've already done all the wild stuff. Now, do the other part. So, let's go ahead. Oh, sorry. That one. Do a little of this. That way I can get this one set up for some on the wood lathe. Didn't actually take too long. It's gonna take longer as we clean it up. Good. Great. Okay. That's interesting. Take a look at what that looks like. Studio. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I need to properties, and I need to flip you 180. Transform. There. Okay. This.
that. No. Okay, this. There. Good enough. Good enough. I think. Okay. Pretty cool view. I like it. That is off. This. What a disaster everywhere.